This is Aurora High School junior Grace Gustafson singing the national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Awesome job. Thank you. Hello and welcome to the 2023 Nebraska State Fair FFA Swine Show. We are glad that you all could join us on this Sunday afternoon to support our young people in their projects out here. We would like to take a minute to welcome our judge. Our judge is Todd Byers from Abernathy, Texas. He is the show feed specialist for Premium Advantage Show Feeds in Texas. Todd grew up in Central Illinois on a family farm before attending and judging at Lakeland College and Texas A&M University. He received his master's at Texas Tech University while assisting in coaching the 2007 national champion livestock judging team. His wife Mariah and 3 kids, Briley, Zane, and Blaine, live in Abernathy, where they run 30 head of Chester and crossbred sows. Please help me give Todd a warm Nebraska welcome.
Well, thank you. Certainly excited to be up here in Nebraska in this awesome facility. Had the opportunity several years ago to come up here and judge y'all's open show, I believe, if I'm not mistaken. But we're certainly excited to come back. Starting us off here, we have 4 young people we stuck in the pens over here that we're going to have come back here in just a bit. The young people that are left out here maybe didn't quite get the same first impression coming out the gate. I'm very much a big first impression kind of guy, so want those things coming out at a good speed. Be able to have that look, that eye contact, that look, the poise about you that we're looking for here. I thought the young people that are out here, young lady here, maybe Gilt just wanted to come out of the gate just a little bit slow, didn't want to just fire out of there. Same thing for the young lady here. Maybe encourage you guys to just speed them things up a little bit when they first come out. Some of you came out and maybe got a little bottled up with the group as we got down the line a little bit, but thought all of them did a very good job. Let's go and give these 5 young people out here a good round of applause. We'll sort through your next division. Another very competitive heat. I think we got just 3 sorted back here out of this one. But once again, that first impression coming out the gate, that pig's head up, have them moving at a good speed, being able to get that very, very good first impression, I thought is what sorted these 3 individuals up that ended up in the pins over here. As we get back out, maybe just some different techniques as far as holding the whip and different things. Some of you maybe want to change just a little bit more there than what I necessarily like. Some of our pigs maybe just first time coming out, didn't want to just come out of there and wanted to get their nose down in the shavings and things like that. But once again, phenomenal job to each and every one of them. We'll keep back these next 3 to sort back here through the top end of this division in just a bit. Let's go and give them a good round of applause, please. Well, we finish up in this particular division with an extremely competitive heat. Not to take anything away from our young 2 people that are out here. I thought they once again did a very good job. Maybe like a young lady here, maybe Cheryl Barrows wanted to start to give her fits a little bit. Fighter there, young man here's last one came out. Maybe wanted to take a route where he ended up behind a couple there right as we come out the gate. Thought did a very good job. The 4 we put back, I thought get right in the mix of things here when it's all said and done. So let's give those 2 young people a good round of applause. We'll sort through the back end of this or the top end of this particular division. Well, first off, let's go ahead and give all of our young people out here a good round of applause, please. Extremely talented set of showmen that have obviously been doing it for quite some time. We've either graduated or moved on. I'm assuming with the after school division here, but I thought all of them did an incredible job. And I'll be honest with you, some little things that I'm going to talk about in this division for some of you younger ones that are fixing to come. You guys get the leg up because these guys had to be the first ones and the guinea pigs to be able to see it. You guys just let them rest here for right now. So when you come out the gate, obviously we already talked about making that good first impression. When they come back out the second time, to tell you what I was looking for is I want to see you bring that animal out, be able to transition from side to side and allow that animal to keep moving at the same speed at what it was and without taking a bobble, without turning and stopping and doing things like that. Now, I grew up in the Midwest. I was in the generation there, I guess, of probably when this thing started, of people wanting to go around in front of their pigs, and I understand why we did it. I think back now and think that it was not a very smart idea, to be 100% honest with you, because when you cut off a pig, doesn't matter what animal it is, when you do that, their natural inclination is to stop, right? You get in their fight or flight zone, you stop them, you cut them off. Okay, these young people, some of them did it, some of them went behind. I really don't care which way you do it as long as that animal keeps moving, that animal maintains their head carriage, they maintain their same speed. As long as they did that, that's why these four got back out here into the top end of this particular division. Beyond that, also, I don't care what kind of whip you use, what kind of brush you use. I want to see how you utilize the ring, how you're able to control, how smooth you are in terms of your transitions and things like that. I thought these four once again did that as well as any. I thought when it come down to it, and you guys can go and start them back up now. When it comes down to it, the one that I thought just did it as flawless as any from start to finish in terms of the first time they came into the ring, the second time, the third time, each and every time they did exactly what I wanted them to do in terms of showing views, in terms of utilizing the ring and not going too far away and getting to the other end of the ring from where I was at. This one had the most flawless transitions whenever it was time to make that animal move. When we came back out that second time, young man at the Yorkshire Gilt's going to win this particular division. Congratulations to him. As far as your other top four, I thought they did exceptional as well. Young lady right here in front of me, she had the little bobble there right when she came out. But that was my fault. That wasn't hers. That doesn't do anything as far as her on placing. The reason she ends up second over our two other young men is when I gave them the entire ring to come out and do what they did, she stayed right down here with me. The other two kind of wanted to drift a little bit too far away from me there in that particular division, but I thought she did an exceptional job as well. Awesome job in terms of transitions, making that animal move and do well. You're good. And then we'll just go and talk about our final two out here as well. Like I said, both of them do a phenomenal job. Young man right here with the spotted up gilt's going to come next. I thought he did a very good job. Extremely smooth, extremely well presented. When he came back out, you drifted a little bit too far away from me. Wanted you to stay right down here on this end where you could show me that gilt. Young man here also same thing. Wanted to drift on me right there. I thought between the two, he's maybe a little bit more aggressive with his stick. Doesn't quite get as much out of it. And out of this gilt maybe is what the young man does there. But I thought all of them did an exceptional job. As we went on down the line, 5 through 11 here, once again, people that did a fantastic job. Young lady here, maybe when you first came out, you kept that pig moving. You wanted to get just a little bit too close. She came right at me, almost got to me before you finally went away. Maybe wanted to see you turn and get a little bit more profile right off the bat. But once again, a phenomenal job. As we go through, let's go ahead and give them a nice round of applause. Once again, just little things as far as transitions, things like that, but they did a phenomenal job. Thank you.
Congratulations to our out-of-school swine showman. Our grand champion out-of-school swine showman was Tayton Lucas of the Sutherland FFA chapter. The reserve champion out-of-school swine showman was Taitlin Snover of the Seward FFA chapter.
As we move into our senior division here, I think once again, excellent group. Got three that we set back over here. Young man at the Yorkshire Gilt did a very good job. Maybe not quite as smooth in his transitions from time to time there, but I thought he would be the next one here within this group that would have caught a pin. Young man here on the far side maybe just wanted to drift to the back of the pack just a little bit more often. Maybe wanted to see him just be a little bit more aggressive on the other side. Young man right here comes out and that thing's firing when she comes out. Maybe just a little bit more aggressive with the stick, and that Gilt was one to start to fight him there a little bit. Young man at the red one, she just didn't want to cooperate for him today. Again, those four young men did a nice job. Let's give them a nice round of applause as they head on back. I think just going to hold on to a couple here in this particular heat. Once again, another competitive one. Maybe we struggled just a little bit more coming out the gate over there. Young lady with the spot on the far side, she just didn't want to come out of there. Maybe wanted to root in the shave. And same thing with the young man at the Berkshire Gilt. Thought she came out just a little hesitant, and then maybe wanted to just not get back over here in the game quite as often as what a couple others did. Young lady with the belted gilt right here in front, I thought did a good job when she first came out. Maybe just gets a little bit aggressive, a little bit quick with that whip. Want to see her slow up just a little bit. Young man here, I'd like to see you speed up just a little bit more in regards to when that gilt comes out of the pen. Get that real good first impression. Young lady here, when you first came out, you kind of went a couple different directions on me. Maybe wanted to see you be able to find that line and be able to just come out straight. Get that really good first look there. Same thing, the young lady over here. Maybe she doesn't look quite as comfortable in terms of her body posture there, and that gilt maybe just doesn't want to cooperate quite as well. I thought, once again, all of them did a very good job. Let's give them a good round of applause as they head on back. We're in your top 5. One more time, a good round of applause for our 5 senior individuals still out here. Another very competitive division, and I think 5 that are all very different in terms of their styles. But once again, as we talk about transitioning out of the pens, I thought these were the ones that that good first impression that we've talked about each and every time. And as we come back out, we talk about their ability to be able to hit those open spots and utilize the ring to their advantage, and yet be aggressive enough, yet still laid back in terms of how they can get out here and get it done. In my opinion, it comes down between a pair, and I think they're very, very close. One of them's probably a touch more aggressive than the other one, but maybe at times works to his disadvantage a little bit, and maybe wants to turn in and out of spots instead of maybe just transitioning into an open spot just a little bit more often. I think the two it comes down between are the two young men over here to my left or on the far side now. I think those two are extremely close. One, I think, does it from start to finish just a shade better in terms of being smoother and just easier in terms of how he gets his animal from one point to the next. This young man right here with the belt of Gilt, he's going to win this division. Young man at the Yorkshire Bear there is going to be second. Congratulations to both those two. I thought they did a fantastic job. From there, the young lady here with the blue bear is going to come next. I thought she did a very good job when she first comes out. When I asked her to transition and kind of went to that side, she never did do that for me. She had that animal moving. She kept me moving. Just go ahead and take that time either to go around in front or around back, whichever works for you. Just make sure that transitions that way. That pig's between me and you at all times. Young lady with the belt of Gilt's another one, did a very, very good job. Maybe not quite as aggressive in terms of her style, and maybe this Gilt's just a touch harder headed and just doesn't want to just get out and go and be able to move and usually hit them open spots quite like I wanted her to. But she did a good job. Young man with the blue bear here does a good job as well. Maybe another one I wanted to see transition a little quicker there as we brought him back out the second time. I thought each and every one of them a good job. One more time, a good round of applause as they head on back.
Congratulations to Zane Sims of the Loop City FFA chapter for being your Grand Champion Senior Swine Showman. Reserve Grand Champion Senior Swine Showman was Kaden Kowalski of the Loop City FFA chapter.
We got a pair we're going to keep back out of our first heat of this particular division. And our four people that are out here once again do a good job. Young lady with the blue one, you're very, very close to getting a pin. Maybe you want to see you keep that whip and keep that brush out of that bear's hip quite as much. Stay up more towards his mid-body there. Every time you do that, he maybe wants to duck his hip, and just kind of think of that as his area back there. And we want to make sure, try to keep that whip and that brush out of that area there. Young lady over here did a good job as well. Maybe one that just wasn't quite as aggressive. That bear didn't maybe want to just quite cooperate as well. I thought she did a good job. Young lady here at the blue gilt does a good job job as well. She gets out and gets her going, maybe just not quite as much control from start to finish as a couple others. Same thing with the young lady with the spotted barrel. Once again, does a good job. Maybe wants to balk a little bit coming out of the gate there. Maybe just not quite the control we saw in a couple others. She did a good job keeping that barrel moving as well. Let's go and give those 4 young people a good round of applause, please. Very deep, very competitive heat on this side. Young lady with the red gilt here gets extremely close to catching out. Maybe that gilt just doesn't want. She wants to start and stop just a little bit more than what I like. I want to see her maybe maintain her motion just a little bit better and maintain her gait just a little bit more appropriately. But I thought the young lady did an excellent job in terms of coming out of the pen there, getting that good eye contact. She's got an intense look about her. Maybe you just want to see that gilt be able to just keep going, be able to keep her moving. Young man over here's gilt was worked up before she ever came out and just doesn't want to cooperate for him there. Appreciate him trying, doing the best he could with her. She was just a little off. Young man's gilt here closest to me. Another one did a very good job, maybe a little more aggressive with his whip, maybe quite as just composed in terms of his body demeanor, doesn't look quite as confident. I thought he did a good job getting out here, getting that gilt moving. She's another one got worked up just a little bit on him there as well. Once again, a good set there in our junior division. Let's give him a nice round of applause. We'll sort back through your top 6. As we get our top six back out here, I guess it comes down between a pair in my mind. And I'll be honest with you, I can sit here and watch them a while because I think they both do a good job. And yet they're both very different in their styles. And that's perfectly fine with me. I mean, they're both very effective in what they do and get their animals exhibited to a very, very high degree. And one of them's certainly more aggressive. One of them's a little more laid back. And I think just the differences, and I guess I'll go ahead and tell you which ones they are. Young lady with bear and the young man on the far side there. I think those two do an exceptional job, and the young man's the one that's a little more laid back, and he has that Gilt going, and maybe she maintains her speed and her head carriage just more continuously at all times, maybe than what the young lady's red bear does. But at the same time, the young lady with the red bear, she's probably a little more aggressive, and 9 times out of 10, when I'd get to a spot and stop, she was the first one that was there, and maybe she was just always a half step ahead of him in that particular regard. At the same time, maybe where I get on her a little bit, just like right there, she wants to maybe creep just a little bit far forward on that bear there, just a little bit for my liking. I'd like to see you stay back on him just a little bit more. I think if we do that, I think he probably is less hesitant in terms of his movement and in terms of his head carriage, and he maintains his drive just a shade better. I think it's extremely close, and when a bull's right down to it, when it comes down to the end and you want to make sure you get those views, the one that does it the best and does it the quickest is young lady with the red bear. She's going to win this division. Young man with the belt of Gilt's going to be second. Congratulations, you two are both awfully good showmen. From there, I think our third, I want to talk about the young lady over here with the red one. She does a very, very good job as well. Just ran into a pair here in her division that are just exceptional at what they do. Maybe a little more laid back and easy going. Maybe didn't hit them spots quite as quick as what those other two did. But she's in control. She does a very good job. Very good posture. Very good eye contact. Congratulations to her as well. Young lady with the Burke and young lady with the belt of Gilt that are left out here. Both of you, when you first come out of that pen the second time, you want to get just a little bit too close. I gave you an end of the ring to be able to go to. Maybe wanted to see you utilize that space just a little bit better. Our other young man was maybe another one that just wanted to drift on me just a little bit, but I thought he did a good job keeping that Gilt he had moving. Really, really good job to each and all 6 of those individuals. Good round of applause for them, please.
Congratulations to Carly Wolf of the Central FFA chapter for being your Grand Champion Junior Class Showman. Reserve Grand Champion for the Junior Class was Seth Meyering of the Alliance FFA chapter.
I may back myself into a corner in this particular division, but I think we've got an extremely deep heat, and we've got 6 of them here that I think are very deserving of coming back out. I don't know if we loaded one heat compared to another or not. I guess we'll fix to see here in just a bit. But I thought they did an extremely good job. The 3 that are left out here, you guys just ran into a whirlwind here in this particular division. Young lady here does a good job. Maybe not quite as aggressive. Maybe that bear didn't want to come out quite as quick and just get that extremely good first impression. But she comes out and she collects herself, gives you really good views. She does an exceptional job. Same thing with the young man here. That Gilt came out. She wanted to balk on him just right out the gate 2 or 3 times, and just like that right there, maybe wants to start and stop just a little bit more. Young man's red. Gilt's just not being quite as cooperative, wants to be a little hard-headed. He does a good job still, though, in terms of eye contact, trying to get to where he wants to be. She's just not letting him get there, but I thought they all did a good job. Let's give these 3 young people heading back a good round of applause, and we'll work through the other half of this division. Well, we didn't put them all in one heat because it's just as tough on this side as it was on the other there just a second ago. This is going to be fun to work back through our top 11 here and not to once again take anything away from the 5 young people that are left out here. Once again, you guys do a phenomenal job. Young man at the Berkshire Gilt, she just doesn't want to just get out and go for you today and step out of that pen and grab that first impression. He wants to get after and get her going. She's just not cooperating, but I appreciate him trying to get done what he can get done. Young lady with the blue gilt there, maybe he first came out, wanted to get just a little close. Want to see you take a little bit further pass. Young lady here, maybe just want to see your gilt be see you get a little bit more aggressive. You kind of want to drift to the back of the pack on me. She wants to start and stop just a little bit. Like your eye contact, like your demeanor, though. Young lady here, once again, I thought you do a good job. Maybe that first initial when you wanted to come out and get just a little bit close. We wanted to see you to make that turn and get to profile just a shade quicker, and that's awfully close here in this particular division. Young man there with the belt to gilt on the far side. Once again, maybe wanted to take a little bit more relaxed approach, be a little bit more to the back of the pack at times. Maybe you want to see him just come out of that pen a touch quicker. But I thought they did a very good job. Extremely competitive division here in our sophomore division. Let's go and give them a good round of applause. We're going to sort back through your top 11. Let's go ahead and give these 5 young men out here a good round of applause. Guys, just I want you to just go and let them relax there and stuff. I drove these a little longer than what I wanted to, but I'm gonna be honest with you, that was tough. Those are 5 actually 11 extremely talented, but 5 super talented young people out here that are sorting that are going through the top end of this particular division. And I kind of tell once we got in this first heat over here that we were definitely going to kind of take it up a notch, and we certainly did. And I'm going to tell you what I saw in the differences, and I just want them to chill because I don't want these things. I know some of these are Gilts. They maybe got a show later tonight or tomorrow. I don't want to wear them out. It's not what showmanship's about. But I thought each and every one of them did extremely good. I'm just going to talk about them, and then at the end I'm going to tell you how we're going to put them together in no particular order. Young man over here with the red belted Gilt, I thought did a very good job. His first impression when he came out over here on this side was extremely good because I thought he did a good job in terms of having eye contact. He was intense, but yet he was relaxed, and he was able to get that Gilt maneuvered exactly where he wanted to each and every time. When we come back out over here, I thought maybe he struggled when we come back out the second time, he struggled maybe just a little bit, but he gathered her back up. Back where we wanted her. At times, I think amongst his contemporaries, he's maybe one that gets beat to the spot just every once in a while, but yet at the same time, he's where he needs to be. He does a very, very good job. Like I said, we're sorting little bitty, tiny, nitpicky things out here amongst these 5 extremely talented young people. Young man with the black Gilt here, I'm not sure what we had happen over in the corner there. We just, if she's getting worked up and he let her out or what, but he was gathered, he was ready to go when it was time to go, and I appreciate that, knowing his animal and how she needs to be able to be handled is extremely important as well. He's aggressive. He gets out here and he makes that thing go. When she gets up, she goes, she handles it pretty well. I'm surprised. I thought as we went, as aggressive as he was in terms of his style, that she may start to break down and give out on him a little bit and fight him, but she never did. So that tells me probably at home that one gets that same kind of treatment, that same kind of work, and I appreciate that. I've got a young girl at home that's 12 that drives a lot like that, and when it comes down to it, when you're wanting that last final thing, sometimes that's what makes the difference. At the same time, maybe at times I maybe want to see you just back off that whip just a little bit, gets going just a little bit loud and a little bit faster than maybe ideal. But another one that's extremely good. Young man here to my left, another one I think just from start to finish is just smooth and consistent as any. Now with that, he probably gets outdrove by the other 4 from an aggressive standpoint. He ends up on the backside of the 4 of them. Every once in a while when we close spaces or when we even give him more space, he has a tendency to kind of drift off on me a little bit. And at times that's a good thing to do because that's the open spot. At times we need to get you in the mix just a little bit more often. But I thought he did an extremely good job. He's extremely talented. He's smooth. He transitions extremely well. Very, very good job to him as well. Young man with the belted Gilt, another one that when he first came out the very first time, I thought he was one that's definitely going to work up because he's cool, he's calm, he's collected, but yet he's still aggressive enough when he needs to be. He gets back out here and does a good job. The only hiccup I had on him, we come back out this last time, he maybe took a path. That was a little bit close. Maybe wanted to see him take off just a little bit further there, but once again, getting awfully picky. Young man with the blue Gilt, another one that does an incredible job. He's as cool and calm and collected as any of them, and yet he's aggressive and he hits his spots extremely quick and extremely good with about as minimal amount of effort as what it appears with any of the 5 of them that are out here. That Gilt responds extremely well. She maintains the same speed. She maintains the same gait in terms of where he wants her to go. He hits them open spots, does an incredible job. Once again, when we cut the ring right down over here, we immediately had all 5 of them there at once, and I understand everybody want to hit that spot that first time. Make sure we don't get bottled up. That was the only critique I had on you there. So I think, once again, extremely talented group. Go and fire them up, guys. We'll tell you which one's going to win. Like I said, they're all extremely good. I think the one that just does it best from start to finish in terms of being aggressive when they need to be being able to back off and get the most out of their animal, maintain the same speed, the same head carriage, the same gait the entire time from start to finish. Young man at the blue Gilt's going to win this division. Congratulations to him. Young man with the belted Gilt right here is going to be second. Congratulations to him. Like I said, extremely talented group. You other 3 that are out here, nothing to take away from you. You guys doing an exceptional job. Our group that are in the pens over here, once again, awesome showman. Maybe it's just some small things coming out. Maybe those animals wanted to balk on you, didn't want to give their head quite as well as competitive as this division was, though. Impressive to be in the top 11. Give them all a good round of applause one more time.
Congratulations to the grand champion, sophomore class showman, Mason Janda of the Centura FFA chapter. Your reserve champion, sophomore class showman, was Ian Schiller of the West Point FFA chapter.
A little bit bigger heat here, and we're going to keep 4 out of this particular setup. And I think once again we've got some extremely talented young people. Young lady with the calico gilt here, very, very good in terms of her demeanor and her eye contact. That gilt just doesn't want to give her head quite as much. She wants to duck and just bobble on that gilt on that young lady just a little bit. Maybe just want to see her maintain that head carriage, maintain that speed just a little bit there as well. Young lady here in the blue does a very good job as well. Maybe see her want to just take it up just a notch. she has a tendency maybe get covered up just a little bit when we get down and we get things just a little bit tighter here. Young man on the far side with the Yorkshire there. Another one did a good job coming out. Maybe want to take a line just a little bit close there to me when he first came out. Maybe wanted to see him get out and just get that better view. Then maybe has a tendency to drift on me there just a little bit. I think they all did a fantastic job. One more time, a good round of applause for each and every one of them. We're going to sort through the other half of this division and get you a top end. Another very talented group, and we caught 4 more here, I think, on this particular side to bring back our top 8. And I think once again we've got some very talented young people out here. Young lady over here with the Berkshire, I think, gets incredibly close to catching a pin. She does a good job of maintaining eye contact and having good demeanor about her. At the same time, maybe wants to drift. And I just want to see her be just a little bit more aggressive. That Gilt wants to start and stop on her just every so once in a while. Young lady right here in front of me is another one that gets close. That Gilt maybe just doesn't want to just cooperate quite as well for her. Wants to start and stop and maybe just get a little mouth open and just not want to go quite as well for her. She does a good job in terms of getting her out, trying to get to those spots. Like I said, just want to see that Gilt cooperate for her. Young man here at the Blue Gilt, another one that does a good job. Maybe not quite as confident in terms of his look, but he does a good job of getting that Gilt out here. Maybe you want to see him just to become off a little more confident, just a shade more aggressive with her, make her catch just a little bit bigger gear. I thought once again they did a fantastic job. Let's give them a round of applause as they head on back, doing a good job here at the State Fair. Once again, a very talented group. One more time, a good round of applause as we sort through your top end of our freshman division. I think each and every one of them do extremely. And yet, as we come back out and we make it through our heat and we come back out the second time, I think we got some differences in them. And you know, maybe not that one that just immediately says, yeah, I'm the one. But I think they all did a very good job. We're going to talk about some of them here, and then we'll tell you here at the end who's going to win this particular division. Like I said, in no particular order, young lady right here coming across with the belted bear right now does a very, very good job. And I thought in her heat did very good. Came back out the majority of the second time. I'm right there with her because she can get that one stuck. She hits her spots extremely well. She does a very good job of not getting herself into trouble, getting caught up in the middle of the group where that bear is going to get away from her. Maybe where I issue just a little bit was when we started out the gate right over here. Maybe wanted to confine herself to this corner just a little bit when she had quite a bit of the ring to work with. Maybe wanted to see her come out and maybe instead of making as many turns as she did right out the gate, maybe pick a straighter line and be able to take that and go and make that bear look as good as she possibly could. Another one that's in the top end of this thing is going to be the young lady with the Yorkshire Gilt right here in the middle. I think another one that's very, very good in terms of hitting those open spots. She's very good in terms of the confidence, the demeanor that she has about her. She's aggressive and relaxed all at the same time. Maybe she gets caught up, maybe keeping just a little bit eye contact, a little bit longer with me, and maybe that Gilt will get a little too far deep into the crowd just every once in a while. That Gilt has to stop, and maybe will turn out of that. Maybe want to see you be able to look ahead a little bit, be able to get out of that before you get yourself into that particular mix. Young lady here on the far side with the bear there, maybe just doesn't want to cooperate as well. I think in terms of the spots that she's trying to hit, I think she does a very, very good job. That bear is a little hard-headed and doesn't want to just give into the whip just as easy as what some of the rest of them do, but she does a very, very good job at doing her best to get that thing exhibited. Maybe just want to see it be a little smoother. Other young lady right here with the white belted Gilt's another one, and I think one that does a very, very good job. She does a good job of hitting those open spots. She's one that I rarely catch in the mix. At the same time, when we came back out that second time, she maybe wanted to drift just a little bit far on me there when we first came back before she finally decided to turn and come back. From that point on, she's the one that just took it to a different level in terms of maintaining that Gilt speed and comfort, her demeanor, her composure, and hitting them open spots. She's going to be your champion in this particular division. Congratulations to her. Our reserve in this division, the one that I thought did it second best outside of our little hiccup over here in the corner, is this young lady right here with the belted bear. She's going to be reserved. Let's go ahead and congratulate her as well. One more time, good round of applause for each and every one of them. They did a phenomenal job here in this particular division.
Congratulations to the grand champion freshman class showman, Kaylee Ruth of the Shelby Rising City FFA chapter. The reserve champion freshman class showman was Carmen Molina of the Bishop Newman FFA chapter.
As we move into our junior high division, once again, very, very good group still left out here in the ring. The young lady right here in the middle is the one that would be next for me, and I think she does a very good job. I think as we get down, we get into some tighter spaces instead of continuing and maybe still hitting that open spot. She has a tendency to kind of turn and maybe get herself into just a little bit more trouble there in that particular regard. But I thought she did a very, very good job as well. Very good first impression. Love her eye contact. Young lady here's got one that just didn't want to cooperate quite as well for her. Got off in the corner on her for a bit down there. I thought she did a very good job. Young lady here, one I just want to see just a little bit more aggressive. That Barra does a good job of maintaining speed and stuff. Just want to see her a little more confident in what she's doing there. Young lady with the Chester Gilt on the far end. I thought she did a very good job when she came out. I thought maybe she was one we were going to get to work up as we went. That Gilt started acting up on her. Maybe want to get balled up in the middle just while young man at the Hereford Barrow once again does a very good job. Another one, maybe just want to see him a little more aggressive. Comes out that gate, get that real good first impression. Thought they did a very good job. Let's go and give them 5 young people a good round of applause as they head on back, please. We've got 5 pulled back over here on this side. And once again, another talented group. Young lady with the red gilt over here does a good job. Maybe one just doesn't want to cooperate quite as well. She comes out the gate good. Then the gilt wants to fight her just a little bit and not be able to maintain that speed. Young man with the other red gilt maybe wants to drift on me just a little more. Gilt wants to get away from him. Young man here had a little bobble with his whip when he first came out. Got her gathered up. Maybe just want to see him be a little more relaxed in terms of his demeanor. Young man here with the blue gilt, the blue bear there, I think does a good job. Got a good first impression coming out. Maybe want to see him be a little bit more aggressive and hit them open spots. Got covered up a little bit there. Young man on the far side with the belted gilt, another one does a good job. Maybe want to see him be a little more aggressive when that gilt comes right out the pin. Get her head up and get her rolling just a little bit more, bud. I thought they did a good job. Let's give them a good round of applause. Head on back. We're going to sort through the top end of our junior high division. as we tie into your junior high champion here, I think once again, like we've talked all the afternoon here, I think we've got a really, really good set of showmen, and probably one in particular in my mind in this particular division kind of separates itself there just a little bit more so than maybe some of our other divisions. But to talk about a couple of the others that I think get extremely close, the young man right in front of me here is one with the red belted bear that does a very, very good job. And maybe as we come back out of the pen there the second time, maybe he wanted to hang out down in this corner once again and kind of do a little zigzag pattern coming out there to try to get views at that particular moment. I would challenge you, buddy, to go ahead and come out, get that best view, get that good profile, and if I want that rear one, I'm going to step in behind you there. That way you can get out and go and utilize your ring and your space just a shade better there. I thought he did a phenomenal job other than that from start to finish in terms of just maintaining his control, maintaining where he needed to be after that in terms of hitting them open spots. Young man with the Hereford hog here is one, once again, that does a very, very good job, and he gives you a very good impression coming right out the gate just in terms of his demeanor, his composure, his look that he has in his eye of that I want to be here, I want to win kind of look that he has, and he does a good job keeping that Gilt under control. He's maybe just a little more awkward just there in terms of his transitions. He's not quite as smooth as what a couple of the others are, but I thought he's another one that did an extremely, extremely good job. Young man here with the black-headed bear in the middle of the rings, another one that does a good job. I thought coming back out of the pen, he transitions extremely smooth. He does a good job of hitting some of them open spots. He's got this little bounce step thing going on there, and that's one of them things that's just a personal pet peeve. I don't really like that. If you're in sync with your pig, it looks good. When you're not in sync, it just looks a little funny. I catch him every once in a while just kind of getting a little bit that way there, and just maybe want to see him relax, want to see him take a normal step and just stay with that pig where it doesn't draw attention to him quite as much, and maybe more attention just down there on his pig. Young man with the dot back bear right here is another one that gets close there. I think he does a very, very good job. A little more laid back, a little more easy going. Maybe you want to see him just get a shade more aggressive, get that bear sped up to hit them open spots. The one that does it best for me, though, in this particular division is one that from start to finish stayed the exact same speed, same composure, same just attitude in terms of how they got out here and win. One that's extremely good in terms of keeping that bear where I need to be able to see him at all times. One that does it best, that young lady right there with the belted bear. Congratulations to her. Your reserve in this particular division, one I thought did it next best, like I said, outside of maybe just wanted to change the way he came out there that second time. Young man with the red belted bear is going to be reserved. Congratulations to him.
For who? Congratulations to the grand champion junior high class showman Morgan Clement of the Central FFA chapter. Reserve champion was Leighton Schroeder of the West Point FFA chapter. Start announcing them out and just roll her into the ring. Okay, Kylie, I'm going to start announcing them, and if she gets here, she gets here. Hey, Morgan, Megan, Morgan, go ahead and pin. Okay. All right. In the south ring now is the overall champion swine showman drive. Representing the out-of-school class is Tayton Lucas of the Sutherland FFA chapter. From the senior class, Zane Sims of the Loop City FFA chapter. From the junior class of the swine showmanship, Carly Wolf of the Central FFA chapter. The sophomore grand champion swine showman was Mason Janda of the Centura FFA chapter. Your grand champion freshman swine showman was Kaylee Ruth of the Shelby Rising City FFA chapter. And the junior high grand champion showman was Morgan Clement of the Central FFA chapter.
go ahead and give these 6 individuals out here a good round of applause. I'll be honest with you, my least favorite thing to do about judging pig shows is judging showmanship. And it's because I know there's plenty of moms and dads and grandmas and grandpas, brothers, sisters, whatever, sitting around the ringside and saying, well, you missed my kid. And I get it. I understand. I've been there. I've got 2 kids that are showing now and a third one that's going to start here before long. And I've been in that same boat, and I know it's hard. And I know it's hard to hit a guy and as far as, or a girl of what they want in a particular showmanship set, but I thought each and every one of these within their division, I thought did just a flat incredible job, and we had some divisions that were deeper than others, but I think when it came down to it, I'm happy to have all 6 of these individuals back out here. Be glad to let any of them 6 show pigs for me at any particular time, any show across the country, because I think they're that good. I think they're that talented. It's a shame we only get to give one. I think there's a pair I think that are extremely close. I'm going to talk about that pair, and nothing to take away from any of you other 4, because I think you are all extremely good. But these 2 young men out here with the blue gilt and the white gilt, I think are on a different level in terms of what they can do in terms of getting these animals presented to an extremely high degree. And I think they do a very good job in terms of eye contact. You can tell they look at me as much as they need to, but at the same point in time, they're looking around the ring and they're trying to figure out where they're going next, to be able to hit that open spot, to be able to keep that animal moving, be able to keep that animal in a position where it can be seen and have the best possible look at all times. And it's splitting hairs to be able to tell you exactly what the differences are. I see in them is the young man with the blue gilt is one that can just take it to a different level in terms of speed with that particular gilt. And I've never been able to actually see a young man do this to that high of a degree that at times he can back off of that gilt and she responds and she goes slower. At times when he wants to get to a spot, she finds a different gear and she does it without ever changing her demeanor. He does it without ever changing his demeanor. And it's kind of cool to be able to watch that. That's extremely tough to do. The young man with the white gilt is he's the same as he started earlier today through right now. He never changes. His demeanor, that gilt's demeanor, they just keep going. They just keep rocking and rolling at that particular speed. They hit them open spots just the same. And she doesn't maybe have that extra gear to be able to get there a little quicker, but yet ultimately he still finds it. So I think it's one of those things, and it just comes down to personal preference. And I hate to say it any other way than that, but that's just the way it is. And I think they're both extremely good. We can only give one prize here tonight. The one that I think just does it just that much better and that much more unique in terms of their ability to get one driven. Young man at the blue gilt's going to win. Congratulations to him. Very good job, man. Very good job. Good job, young lady. Good job.
Congratulations to Mason Janda of the Centura FFA chapter for being the Supreme Champion Swine Showman. That is the conclusion of our showmanship show for the FFA Swine Show. We will start the breeding show in approximately 10 minutes. Welcome to the 2023 Nebraska State Fair FFA Breeding Swine Show. We would like to take a minute to welcome our judge. Our judge tonight is Todd Byers from Abernathy, Texas. He is the show feed specialist for Premium Advantage Show Feeds in Texas. Todd grew up in Central Illinois on a family farm before attending and judging at Lakeland College and Texas A&M University. He received his master's at Texas Tech University while assisting and coaching the 2007 National Champion Livestock Judging Team. Todd and his wife Mariah and 3 kids, Briley, Zane, and Blaine, live in Abernathy where they run 30 head of Chester and crossbred sows. Please help me give Todd a warm Nebraska welcome.
Really good class of Berkshires here to start us off with, and I think we've got a very neat top pair here. I think a pair that rival each other in terms of just substance and gilts that are opened up and square and genuine in their build. They're good in their body shape. They're hogs that balance and proportion correctly from the side. The one that I think does it better is the young man's gilt. I think her neck attachment is just that better. She's smoother there at her pole, and I think as we really separate them, and what separates it easy for me is we get back into the rear part of their skeleton, the length at the top of her hip, the ability to bend and use her hind leg and just drive and remain more collected in terms of her top line is what allows her to go ahead and win in this particular drive. I do like the substance and the mass of the gilt that's going to come next in two. That's a bold-bodied one. It's got a big hip in her. She's got big feet. She goes good in terms of her hip, the way that she gets out and goes. At the same time, time. I just want to collect her a little better from the side. She wants to tie her neck in a little lower to her shoulder. I'd like to pull her tail head back and pull it up just a little bit to make her that much more athletic in terms of her rear leg. I think that's a really good top pair there in this particular drive. If we're just going to stop and stand them from the side, the one that comes out in 3 is one that's going to grab your attention. She's elevated up front. She's the slickest in terms of her look ahead of her blade. Still good in terms of her length of hip, shape to her body. I don't read her quite as stout at the ground in terms of her bone, in terms of her foot size. Biggest thing is, though, as she turns and leaves, we got to square her up from her hock to the ground to be able to compete with those two that go ahead of her. Young lady's Gilt from the side that comes out next in 4. I like her look. I like her presence. She's very good in her top line, very good in the usage, and then just the way she carries her hip and her hind leg and her ability to get out and go coming right at you. We got to bust her open through the base of her chest. Got to square her up at her knee and her front foot there just a little bit, but I think still a very high-quality Gilt nonetheless. Excuse me, that lands there in 4. Gilts in 5 and 6 are very similar hogs that are extended, good in terms of their body shape, got good mass up high. I guess as we study them at the ground is where they run short. Both want to close up in their chest. Both want to close up in their knee. They aren't quite as stout. In terms of their overall feature, I thought the Gilt that went out in 5 just balanced a shade better in terms of her height of shoulder in relation to her length of body than the Gilt that we had that goes out there in 6. We go on down the line here. 7 here's a heavy muscled Gilt that proportions well from the side. Just got to make her get out and go a little easier. A little tighter off of both ends. Gilt here, another one that's got some extension, some body shape. Need to change her at her chest, change her there in her hip loin there. Gilts we close with. A pair of Gilts that have some shape and have some muscle. Like to change their rib cage and change their rear leg a little bit to move up. But a good class of Berkshires to start us off with.
Congratulations to Braden Day of the Seward FFA chapter for exhibiting your Grand Champion Purebred Berkshire Gilt. Reserve Grand Champion was exhibited by Isabel Runge of the Lakeview FFA chapter.
extremely high quality class of Chester Gilts here, and I think it comes down between a pair here on the top end, and I think they're a little different. I think they're hogs that are both very good in terms of their general build. I'd like to change both of them on their front feet just a shade in terms of picking them up on their passers just a little bit. I think they both still remain comfortable in that particular regard. I think they're a pair that just they balance, they put themselves together just that much better than the one that's going to come next in 3. I think of the pair, there's one that's just bolder in terms of the way she comes at you, the top side of her blade through her upper forearm and down the top side of her skeleton. She's good in the turn to her body, still very athletic in the way that she gets out and goes. She's maybe not quite as slick at the pole of her neck. I think it still balances to her body exceptionally well. I like the young man's over here to my left to go ahead and be 1 in this particular drive. Young man on the far side is going to come next in 2. He does have the one that's more extended ahead of her blade. I like her length of face. I like her jawline. I like the crest of her neck just a shade better than the one we go ahead and use in that particular class. Still extremely athletic in terms of her hind leg. I don't think we get right up on the top side of her. That one opens with as much true dimension there. The top side of her blade, she's not as bold in terms of her mid body. Not quite as good in terms of her forerib there. I think that's getting awful critical of a very high quality pair. Chester females here at the top end of this particular class. Young man in third's got just the boldest, stoutest one of the top 3. That one's extremely powerful in her blade and chest. Got a great big hip and a great big center body from the sides where she needs to go 3, in my opinion. She's more mature in terms of her head and neck. Her shoulder wants to rock forward in her. Because of that, she wants to wash out in her top line just a little bit as well. Gilt that comes next in 4 is a gilt that maybe doesn't have a big hole in her. I think she's a gilt that's square. She's genuine in terms of how she's put together. She just gives up some in terms of just chest and body shape in relation to those ones that beat her. And at the same time, of those top end, she is the one that's the most limited and restricted in terms of her rear leg stride. Really slick looking gilt comes out here next. Like her head shape, like her extension ahead of her blade. She wants to plant them a little straighter, a little more rigid in terms of her rear too. Just doesn't have as much substance and body as the ones ahead of her. Gilt we close with, one that I think has some quality to her. She wants to roll in too much off of both ends. Want to square and fix her up at her feet. Like to peel just a little bit of bark off of her as well. She's one that's maybe a little bit further than where she needs to be from a fat and just flesh standpoint, but it's still a good body, heavy muscle type of gilt. Really high quality class of Chester females.
Congratulations to Leighton Schroeder of the West Point FFA chapter for exhibiting the Grand Champion Purebred Chester White Gilt. The Reserve Champion was exhibited by Adam Alfs of the Shickley FFA chapter.
maybe a few more parts and pieces as we get into our red class here. And I think once we get past, in my opinion, the one we need to start, there's a lot of give and take. But to me, the young lady on the far side there is the one that needs to win and win pretty quickly. That's the one that's just the most genuine and the best balanced in terms of how she's put together. That one comes at you square. She's good in her body shape. She's good when you turn her to the side. I think her length of body in relation to her length of hip and length of neck up front, everything just comes together and balances together just that much better. She's athletic in terms of her rear leg. Still another one, we change her front feet up just a bit there to make her ideal. But I think just in terms of balance, proportions, flexibility, combining that with some mass and some body dimension, she's the one that needs to work up in this particular class. From there, I think you got three that are totally different out here, and where you want to set your priority and what you want to do, I think it's going to dictate where you land next. The one I'm most comfortable with coming next be the young lady smaller gilt that's out here. I think her general build and proportions are the next best in that particular regard. I would like to give her just a shade more all the way through, though, as we get right on the top side of her. That one gets a little flatter in terms of her body shape. She doesn't come at you with as much punch on the bottom side of her skeleton, neither in width nor bone. But I think balance, comfort, trust in that one's skeleton, that's where I'm more comfortable landing in that particular individual. The one that's going to come next in three is the young man's gilt. She's the outlier in terms of skull and forearm feature, chest, and the way she comes at you. She's extra impressive when she comes right out. From that one's hip forward, she's probably my favorite in a lot of regards. I like her length of body in relation to her height, and the one that just gets out and goes out of her shoulder good enough. We turn and watch her go from behind. I've got to make her better at her hock. I've got to square her up there. I've got to make her more athletic off of her rear, too, to be able to move her up. But I think a gilt that's got some very unique pieces in the front two-thirds of her body. Young lady's gilt that's going to come next in four is one that, once again, has some good pieces. Looks to me like one that's a little past her prime from a show day standpoint, and one that we're fighting some age, some maturity issues on there. She's still got a stout skull. She's still extended ahead of her blade. Her length of hip is good. I just want to square her up in her knee. I want to fill her up in the middle part of her body to make everything balance, come together a little bit there. She's one that once gets just a little too stretchy there, gets a little too hollow looking back into her flank to make everything balance and come together there. Young man's gilt that comes next, round and bold in her forerib, got a big hip in her when she goes, one that coming at you and leaving you. She wants to hawk in, wants to come in at her knee. I don't think she has the bone and substance down low to match the mass that she carries up high to be able to balance and come together quite as well as what we had in those top four. Same can be said for the gilt in six. Another one that's just pushing a little too much cover for me where I want her to be. I think it hinders her movement in the way that she gets out and goes. She is big and massive up high. She's stout at the ground in terms of her forearm and her front foot. Got to clean her up in her jawline, square her up in her chest, and make her more athletic out of her rear too. As we continue and go through the rest of this class, 7 through 12, another gilt here. It's got a big top in her. Want to square her up underneath. Want to make her use that right rear a little better. She's wanting to get awful tentative. Wants to come apart in her top line. Another gilt here gets a little more vertical and stilty off of both ends. Want to stouten her at the ground, but she is square as you study her up at the top side of her skeleton there. A couple more gilts there. We just need to provide more width, more substance too in the lower portions of her skeleton. Gilt here gets a little frail and a little funky in her top line. Gilt we close with, we got to make more athletic on her rear too. Really good class of red ones there. Lots of differences on the top end. Let's give them a nice round of applause. just 4 Hampshire entries, but I think we got 4 that are quality individuals, and the one we start with is the young ladies right here in front of me. I think one that's square and genuine once again in terms of how she's put together. She's got good shape and spread. We get on the top side of her. Where I think she beats the Gilt that's going to come next in too is I think her length of hip and her ability to drive and use her hock is just that much better in that particular regard. Still a Gilt that's got some stoutness of feature, got a good chest laid into her, very high quality type of Hampshire female there to go ahead and start us off with. Young ladies Gilt that's going to come next in two. From her hip forward, she rivals our class winner because she's got a good look up front. She comes at you with enough chest. She's got a good turn to her center part of her body. We turn her and watch her go from the side. I just got to lengthen her hip. I got to bend her hock and her rear pastern just a shade better in order to move her up. But I think in terms of just her substance that she has, center body, chest, needs to beat the Gilt that's going to come next in 3. The Gilt that comes out in 3, I think, is another one. Give you a good look from the side. Her height of shoulder, her top line, her length of hip, all tied together, and that's probably where she where she rivals the Gilt that beats her in that particular regard. Is one that is a little longer hip. She's still one that wants to get a little stilty behind, coming right at you. Just got to pull her apart through her blade and through her knee, through her chest down there to provide more substance all the way through. Same thing can be said for the Gilt in 4. Tall-shouldered, long-bodied kind of a Gilt. Just got to open her up underneath and give her a shade more center body for her extra height, extra length that she has, just to make everything balance and come together just a shade better. But a high-quality class of Hampshires nonetheless. Congratulations to those 4 young people. Very good pair here on the top end, and I think they rival each other very, very closely because I think they're a little different in what they bring to the table. The one I'm going to start with, I think, is one that's just more athletic in terms of how she gets out and goes. I think the set and angle to her blade, her length of hip, the drive to her hock is just that much better. She's not quite as neat looking ahead of her blade, but I still think with that, she's one that's a notch bolder in the way she comes at you. She leaves you a notch wider in terms of her pin set, where she sets her hock. That's the young lady's Gilt there in the middle of the ring. She's going to be the one we go ahead and start with. Why it's close is from the side. To me, I like the young man's Gilt in terms of her elevation up front. I like the shape of her neck, her jawline just that much better. Her angles and everything read right, and her length of hip reads correctly. We set her into motion, and she just becomes more hesitant the way that she gets out and goes, especially out of her rear, too. I just want to see her flex and bend her hock just a shade better. Coming right at you, maybe we'd pry her open her chest and square up at her hock just a little bit as she turns and goes away. Gilts here in 3 and 4 are very similar. The Gilt in 3, I thought maybe just was a notch looser in terms of her hip and her hock and the way she gets out and goes. Notch bolder in terms of her mid-body. She's one in relation to those two that beat her. We just like to freshen her up. We'd like to stouten her up just a little bit, bring her together from a balance standpoint just a shade better here. Gilt here that's very extended and feminine ahead of her blade. Gilt that's got a good top line laid into her as well. She's comfortable out of her shoulder. I want to redesign her hip and just pull her tail head up a little bit, flex her hock, and just make her more comfortable. She goes there to balance her out a shade better as well. But 4 high-quality Hereford females there in that particular division.
Congratulations to the exhibitor of the Grand Champion Duroc Breeding Gilt, Taitlin Snover of the Seward FFA chapter. The Reserve Champion Duroc Breeding Gilt was exhibited by Lydia Donahue of the Central FFA chapter. Your Grand Champion Hampshire Breeding Gilt was exhibited by Ella Booth of the Takema Herman FFA chapter. Reserve Champion Hampshire was exhibited by Madison Oldie of the Fairbury FFA chapter. Your Grand Champion Hereford Gilt was exhibited by Kendall Hirschfeld of the York FFA chapter. The Reserve Champion Hereford Breeding Gilt was exhibited by Garrett Ruth of the Shelby Rising City FFA chapter.
Interesting trio over here for our Poland China division, and I think once you get past maybe wanting to redesign each and every one of them a little bit in terms of how they're made out of their hip and hind leg, I think the one through the front 2/3 of her body that's unrivaled in terms of quality as you study her, in terms of her skull, in terms of her chest width, forearm that's set and angled to her blade, combine that with her balance and her proportions from the side. That's the young lady's smaller Gilt there on the far end. She's going to go ahead and be one in this particular drive. Like I said, ideally we'd change her in the way she handles her hock. We'd square her up there a little bit and just make her flex, use it just a shade better. But I think we don't necessarily have one that does it a whole lot better in this particular regard, and I think from there forward, she's the one that needs to win. From there, I'm going to follow her up with the young ladies on the far side there to come next in 2. That's a big bladed one. It's got a big top laid into her. I think she's another one that the angle to her shoulder and her width of chest is what's going to allow her to beat the one that's going to come next in 3. In relation to the 2 on either side of her, she's another one we'd stouten up in terms of her bone, in terms of her rear foot size. Another one we just like to see hinge looser out of her hip, maybe change her up in her hip loin just a shade there as well. The 1 and 3s, I got some very unique pieces, and I love her bone. I love her foot size. I love her height of shoulder. Got a lot of good things about her there. She's one that just reads a little coarser to me. She's coarser in her underline. She's coarser in her rear joint. Just want to loosen her up, make her more athletic behind, just pry her open underneath the shade in relation to the amount of cover that she's carrying. But a very heavy bone, very just stout, featured kind of a Poland gilt there to close this. Let's go ahead and give our Poland exhibitors a good round of applause.
Congratulations to Emma Ott of the Heartland FFA chapter for exhibiting your grand champion Poland China breeding gilt. The reserve champion Poland China breeding gilt was exhibited by Avery Krause of the Syracuse Dunbar Avoca FFA chapter.
challenging class to sort, and we got all sorts of different types and kinds, and maybe not one. It's just built ideally in terms of how they're put together. I think when it boils down to it, there's one that's just hard to ignore in terms of just her substance, her mass, and one that's opened up, square. She's got a high-quality look to her, still clean enough in terms of her rear joint. That's the young man's gilt here closest to me. She's going to go ahead and be one in this particular class. In relation to the gilt that's going to come next, she's not as attractive up front. I would like to make her just better in terms of her rear foot size and the spread to her claw and her rear foot, just as that much better. But I think still that's the place we need to start in that particular class. The young man's gilt in 2, I think one, if we just prop her up, and she's one that we can just show from a picture standpoint, she's one we like in terms of her look and her presence up front. Angle to her shoulders good. Her top line ties into her good. She's not near as stout. As we turn and we watch her walk away, we got to clean them caps up off of her hocks. I want to make her more secure and just more comfortable in the way she sets from her hock to the surface behind there. But I think a good top pair here in this particular drive. Young lady's gilt that's going to come out next here in 3. I think one that lands here because she's got some blade shape. She's got some center body shape. She can still function and use her hind leg well enough in that particular regard as well. She moves up because she's got some length of hip. She's got some bend to her hock and some set in her rear ankle. We'd like to pry her open in her chest. I'd like to balance her out just a shade better as we study her from the side as well. But I think a gilt that's fundamentally correct in terms of being a sound structured one that's got some body shape. That's why she moved up in this particular drive. The one that's opened up and powerful comes out next. Extremely big chested, extremely big bodied. She's just got to go better off of both ends. I want to just freshen her up her general appearance as well, but hard to ignore her mass and her substance that she does have in this particular drive. The gilt that comes out next here in 5, one that's quite the opposite. I think one that you study her from the side. When this young lady gets her head gathered and she gets out and goes, she's one that can give you a good look. She's another one that wants to plant and swivel a little behind. My biggest thing is we get in the middle part of her body. She's just too flat and too hard in the middle part of her rib cage there. Want to pry her open through her chest as well. Just give her more flesh, maturity, and more function in terms of her rear leg. As we go 6 through 12 here, I think Hogs all very similar in a lot of regards. All ones we need to change the way they use their hip and their hind leg. This gilt here, I thought, drew herself together from a balance standpoint, just a shade better there. Gilt here, once again, it's a little shorter, steeper in her hip. I like her stoutness of feature. The wider body gilt here from her hip forward. That's a stout skull, a stout arm. She's got some shape up high, just too short and steep in her hip, too tight in terms of her hock. Same can be said for the gilts as we go on down the line there. Gilts that have shape, muscle, certainly gilts that have some bone as well. Just got to make them more athletic and better balanced in terms of their general look from the side. Lots of give and take here in our Yorkshire class, and I think you could certainly argue as you go through 3 to 6 there, just where you want to set your priority and what you want to do, because I think you could argue any of them gilts anywhere in that particular lineup. I think the top 2 come to my mind pretty quickly as far as what these 2 are, and yet I don't think it's a clear-cut winner between either one of them, because they both have their strengths and have their weaknesses. Ultimately, the one I'm just more comfortable with is one that's more youthful. She balances better. She pulls herself together better in terms of her top line. I think as you study her at the surface, she's one that's more genuine, and then from her knee to the ground up front, she's square from her hock to the surface behind as well. She gives up mass, she gives up bulk, but she's the one that's more comfortable. She's the one that's more balanced. She's the one that just looks more youthful to me. That's the young man's gilt there in the middle of the ring. She's going to go ahead and be one. I can't argue that the stoutest featured, biggest top, biggest ended gilt here is going to land in too. That one's got some ginormous legs. That one's got a big forearm, a big stout skull, and a big broad back. When you get right up on top of her, coming and going is where I take issue with her for the amount of mass and substance that she carries up high. She wants to funnel to the ground. The longer we go with her, she's one that just wants to get a little winded on us. She wants to get a little quicker to the step out of her rear too, and just doesn't maintain her comfort level quite as well as the gilt that beats her. But I think still a very high quality pair, one that's got some very outlying pieces there that winds up reserve in this particular division. Gilt that's going to come next in 3 resembles the gilt in 2, just not near as stout in terms of her feature. That's a big, broad built one that's good up high. She's good in the middle part of her body, and yet with the extra mass she carries, I think she maintains her stability and her flexibility just that much better than the one that's going to come next in 4. She does get a little rounder in her muscle pattern. I'd like to stouten her at the surface to go with the extra mass as she carries up high. 1 and 4 is a neat even one from the side in terms of the shape of her skull, her top line, her length of hip. Her angles read correct. We set her into motion, and she just wants to struggle off of both ends a little bit. She gets a little more hesitant. She wants to close up underneath as well. Different gilt comes out next here. Got a big, shapely top laid into her. She comes at you good through her chest. She turns and leaves, and she just gets a little too flat. In terms of her mid-body, she's the frailest as you study her in terms of her jawline, frailest in terms of her ankle and her rear foot. I just want to stouten her up in that regard. I want to give her more turn to the center part of her rib cage to move up in this particular class. A gilt that comes in 6, that's more like the 1 and 4 in terms of stoutness of skull, stoutness of arm. I didn't read her with quite as much chest and forerib as the gilts ahead of her, and at the same time we turn and watch her go. She's another one that wants to get a little stilty off of both ends, a little more hesitant in terms of her rear step. Lots of different parts and pieces there as we go through that particular drive. Apologize for taking a little extra time. I think those are all still 6 very good gilts. Let's give those young people a good round of applause, please.
Congratulations to Tate and Lucas of the Sutherland FFA chapter for exhibiting your Grand Champion Yorkshire Breeding Gilt. Reserve Grand Champion was exhibited by Brennan Aarons of the Oakland Craig FFA chapter.
Nice pair to finish us up in our purebred show in our AOB division. I like the young lady's lighter colored gilt on the far end. I think that one just reads better in terms of her chest and her knee and the way she comes at you. She's a little stouter feature type of gilt that gets out and hinges loose out of her hip and hind leg. Got a big shapely top and a good center body laid into her as well. Still very feminine in terms of her underline there. Also very high quality gilt there here in this particular division. The young lady's gilt that's going to come next in 2, not to take anything away from her, because as we study her up high, she's got a good turn to her blade. She's got a good turn to her mid-body. Got a big hip, and yet still remains athletic off her rear, too. Coming right at you. I don't see just quite as much good there through the base of her chest and through her knee. Want to pry her apart and square her up there. Maybe stouten her in terms of her rear bone and rear ankle just a little as well. But certainly a very high-quality pair there in our AOB division. Let's give those two young ladies a good round of applause. We move into our crossbred division. I think we got a very nice place to start. And the young man's Gilt going to the far end of the ring there. I think one that just balances and proportions so well from the side. I like her height of shoulder in relation to her length of body. One that still has some length of hip and some flex and bend to her hind leg. She comes at you true and square where I think she's going to beat the Gilt that comes next in two is she's one that's just taller shouldered. She's better on her front feet and just gives you a more high quality look. From the side as you take her there, she's not as just bold through the middle part of her rib cage as the one that's going to come next in two, but I think still a very high quality female there to land in one in this particular drive. To me, the decision was between 2 and 3, and the one I land on is just that much better in terms of her chest. Through the middle part of her body, I think she's loose and good in terms of her hip and hind leg. That's the young lady's Calico Gilt there. It's going to come next in two. From the side, I would like to make that one more elevated up front. I'd like to fix her front feet and just square them up a notch. I think the turn to the mid part of her body, her extra width and spread up high and down low is what allows her to beat the streak-headed Gilt that's going to come next here in 3. Streak-headed Gilt does more resemble our class winner in terms of her height of shoulder, her look up front. Still a Gilt that's got a long hip laid into her as well. Just coming right at you. I got to open that Gilt up through her knee and through her chest. Get right here on top of her. She needs more turn and roll to the middle part of her forerib there. She just needs to look a little easier fleshing, a little more ladylike in terms of the middle part of her body for me to move her on up in this particular class. The sock-footed Gilt here is one that has shape, has muscle, one that's opened up in terms of the way she leaves you. Coming right at you, she's another one wants to dent in her knee, get a little softer up front, like to clean up that swelling she has left side of her neck just a little as well, but a very highly presented one. Really good class there to start us off in this particular division.
Placing first in Class 1 of crossbred breeding gilts was Reagan Elves. And placing second purple was Misty Harder of North Platte FFA chapter.
very good class, and there's lots of parts and pieces as we go all the way down even through 7 here, and I think you could even make an argument for each and every one of these things as we go through, because there's not a perfect one, but I think they all bring some unique pieces to the table, and when it boils down to it, I think the one I'm simply the most comfortable with, I think, is one that is very, very loose in terms of how she's put together. She's stout where she needs to be stout in terms of her skull, in terms of her arm, the density of her rear leg, still got shape, still got body. She's one that can just get out and go. She doesn't hold her top line together all the time, just the way I would like for her to, especially as you get back there into her hip loin. But I think that one's extremely loose. She's extremely pliable, still very square in terms of how she leaves and goes from behind. I like the young lady's belted gilt to go ahead and be one in this particular drive. I guess to me where it comes close is the blue one from a proportion standpoint is the one I'm more drawn to. I like that one shape up front in terms of the shape of her jaw, her way she comes at you through her blade and chest, set to her arm and front foot is extremely good. She gathers herself more appropriately from the side, and I like all those things about her. I turn and she turns and she leaves, and I just can't do that right rear. We've got to square her up at her hock. We got to make her more functional in the set and the way she goes from behind in order for me to move her up. But I think from there up and forward, she's extremely unique and got a lot of good things about her. The gilt here that comes out next, broad and square in her chest, she comes at you extremely, extremely well in that particular regard. Good in the mid shape to the mid part of her body. I guess as we turn and as we watch her go from the side, she's another one that just wants to swivel in the way she made behind. She's frailer from her hock to her rear ankle behind as well. Wants to put too much pressure on the outside of her toe. Want to square up, fix her in terms of her rear leg. Gilt here, another one that's got some very unique pieces, like her shape up high, like her proportionality from the side in terms of her length of body in relation to her height. As you study her up front, she gets a little softer in terms of her front foot. My biggest issue, though, is as we watch her go from the side, her length of hip, her set to her hock, and the way she uses her hind leg has got to be more flexible. Step in behind her, she still sets them a little wide in that particular regard as well. If we could just give more punch to the gilt that comes out next in 5, she's one I could get on board with because I do like her looseness. I like her flexibility coming right at you in that first impression. She's too narrow between her eyes. She's too refined in her muzzle. We got to open her up through the base of her chest and through her knee. Correlates to being tighter in her forerib there as well. But certainly a good pattern, one that's loose structured. Got a good loose hip and hind leg. From this one's hip forward, she's another one I like extremely well. Her height of shoulder, her look up front, her shape to the mid part of her body is all extremely good. In relation to that mass, she's one of the frailer ones we have in terms of her rear leg and her rear bone. Biggest thing is, though, another one, we need to lengthen her hip. She wants to swivel and poke her rear foot outside the plane of her hip as she goes from behind. Another broad-built gilt here that's good in the middle part of her body. Another one that comes a few more pieces from the side. I got to make her more comfortable out of her shoulder, out of her front foot, square up at her hock as she turns and leaves. 3 gilt we close with. Gilts that have some look and design from the side. Got to stouten them up at the ground and just loosen them up structurally in order to move up any higher in this particular drive. But a really nice set of hogs here in this class of crossbreds. Let's go and give those exhibitors a good round of applause, please. really good class here, and we got some depth and some quality as we go the whole way through. And yet, I guess to me, in my mind, there's one that hit me pretty quick when she came out, and one that when you take her from the side and you study her angles and study her density, study her look up front, her proportions, you step in behind her and just pray she doesn't bow her hawk, and she doesn't. She sets the limit of where I want to be from a width standpoint when you step in behind her, but I think she's still very acceptable, still very loose, still very correct. That's the young lady's Gilt on the far side. That one's going to go ahead and be one in this particular. I guess close between 2 and 3, and ultimately I think there's one just more genuine in terms of how she's put together. That's the young man's black Gilt. That one comes at you with more width between her eyes. She comes at you with more blade shape, more chest, and she's better at her knee in the way that she drives right at you. Got more turn to her forerib. She's not as flashy and just good in terms of her presence and her look from the side, but she's a sound, functional, good hip kind of Gilt. Has width, has muscle, just not quite the outlier in terms of look and presence as what we have on either side of her in this particular drive. Extremely highly presented, extremely well driven Gilt here. Comes out next in 3, and told the young man I knew we got to that point. I could tell from the side, I don't think she's got enough. Had her bring him right at me, and if we could just pry her open in terms of her chest, pry her open in terms of her forerib, that one from the side trips my trigger in terms of her neck attachment, her top line, how well presented she is in terms of her skin and hair, her freshness. She's extremely loose and good in terms of her hind leg. Just got to make her better, right? Coming right at you. Got to make her better in the center part of her body to move up. But a very high quality Gilt to land in 3 in this particular drive. Young Gilt that comes out next in 4 is probably one that's quite the opposite. I think one that's stout and burly. She's good in her blade and chest, center body. You get up on top of her, you got to love the shape and spread she has coming right out of the backside of her shoulder. At the same time, we make her go. She's one that's too short, the top side of her hip. Because of that, she's too limited in terms of her rear step. Wants to start to plan outside herself the longer we go with her. From there forward, that one's very, very good. Just got to redesign her hip and hind leg to move up in this particular drive. Young man's Gilt that comes out next in 5 is one that maybe just doesn't wow you anywhere, but she's one that's very fundamentally correct. One that's very good in terms of her feet and leg placement. She's got some width. She's got some shape up high. At the same time, she's a little flatter through the mid part of her body. She gives up bone. She gives up punch everywhere as you study her through the base of her skeleton and from the side. But certainly one that's just sound, flexible, functional. That's why she moved up in this particular drive. Gilt that comes out next here in 6. Another one that's got some shape and some muscle. She's big and broad. Way she comes at you, she's another one we just got to make go better off of both ends. She gets a little more hesitant in her front step. She gets a little too tight and restricted in her upper hip. Wants to swivel and just not really sure where she wants to set him behind. But I think still a very high quality female there nonetheless. As we go through 7 through 11 here, Gilt here's got some frame and some extension. Gets a little flatter and a little harder in the middle part of her body to make everything match and blend a little smoother in that particular Gilt. Just make everything match from a just stoutness of feature in relation to body, in relation to length and height. She's just a little out of whack in that regard. Gilt here that comes out next is one that's got a fresh turn to the middle part of her body. Great big hip, just gets a little rounder in terms of how everything's put together. A little rounder in her muscle pattern, a little rounder in her shoulder. Just want to make everything balance and come together there better as well. 9, 10, and 11. Some Gilts that got some frame and some extension to them here. Gilts that aren't lacking for muscle. Just got to make them more athletic in the way they get out and go. They get a little stiltier off of both ends. Maybe don't balance up quite as well either. But a very high quality class, 1 through 11 there. Let's give those exhibitors a good round of applause, please. Another very good class, and I think we've got extreme quality in here in a lot of regards, and yet I think at the same time we've all got one big question mark: is well, are we good enough there or not? And I don't say that in a negative way. That's just what's going through my mind as we're letting these things out of the pen. They come out and you get excited about them, then all of a sudden you're like, maybe not. Then you get the next one, same thing. So I think we got some very, very good animals out here, and I don't want to take anything away from that, because I think there's some extreme quality. And yet at the same point, I can sit here and tell you that I think I could make a case and an argument for any of these probably top 6 or 7 out here. If we could change them in an area, maybe that's the one we would go ahead and use. So as we go through, I think the one that I keep coming back to is one that just does a lot of things right. And I think outside of maybe just wanting to just make her gather up her left rear just a shade better, I think from there, other than that, she's the one I'm the most comfortable starting with. That's the young lady's belted gilt right here in front of me. That one's opened up and square in her chest. She's good up high. She's good in the shape to her mid-body. She's got some stoutness of feature. She can get out and go when she needs to at times. She wants to be hesitant on her back left. Her angle reads right. The set to her pastern reads right. I'm not sure why she does it, but she does. And if we could change her there, it's no-brainer to me. That's the one we start with. I think that's the place, though, as we grab her and as we look at her, that's the place that I want to change that one. The blue one's going to come next in too, and that's the one that immediately grabs your attention because she's so well presented and so put together so extremely well. The young lady does an excellent job getting that one driven and put together as well. From her hip forward, she's the one I really like. I love the shape of her head. I love where her neck attaches to her body, and yet how trim she is there to be that bold and burly in her chest and in her arm, the mid part of her body. We turn her and watch her go to the side. She's too short in her hip. She wants to be too straight and vertical in her hock, and the way that she uses it, if we could make her more athletic, lengthen her hip right there, she's the one in this particular class then that we could go with as well. Same thing can be for the young man's belted gilt here in 3. Tall shoulder, neat looking one that's got shape, extremely well presented in terms of skin and hair. I think her shoulder blade angle, the set to her front foot, is as good as any that we have in this particular drive. And yet at the same time, she's another one. We get into the rear part of her skeleton. Her hip gets too short. She wants to get a little more peaked at the top of her blade and through her upper forehead as well. We just need to change her in those 2 areas to make her compete with those 2 ahead of her. But like I said, if you want to just take her look, her presence from the side and run with her, I couldn't argue with that either. Young man's kind of chromed up roan gilt here that comes out next in 4 is one that's very basic in a lot of regards. Her angles read right. She's got some chest width. She's got some body shape. She doesn't come with any wow factor in relation to the ones that beat her. I maybe just want to stouten her in her skull. I want to give her more shape up high. I just want to give her something extra in a regard to maybe make up for the fact that she gets a little smaller footed in relation to her bone. She gets a little plainer through the base of her neck as well, but a gilt that's very fundamental in a lot of regards. I thought that's why she worked in this particular class. The one that's way out there in terms of shape, muscle, bone, and just width is the young man's gilt that comes next in 5. She doesn't want to give us a very good drive. I still think she's square in terms of how she's put together. She gets a little rounder in her hip. She's a little too short, a little too compact for me. I just like to stretch her out, make her longer everywhere to move up in this particular drive. Young man, if your gilt's right rear didn't have a flat tire today, I think she's one that we could get a lot of good things about, because she probably most rivals our class winner in terms of look and presence combined with stoutness of feature, body shape, and look and presence. She's just got to get out and go better. She's not near comfortable enough off of her rear skeleton to move up in this particular class. Young man's gilt here's got some width and some shape up high. She wants to cave in through her chest. She wants to cave into the base of her body. Just want to pry her open right there, make everything balance and go together a little bit better, freshen her up in terms of her general look. As we go through the remainder of the class, got another broad-built, big-bodied one here. Just gets a little plainer in her look, gets a little too soft on her front feet and a little hesitant behind. Another one there, it's got all the shape and mass in the world, wants to come apart in her top line, just needs to balance and pull herself together a little bit better. Gilt here, it's a little more extended, it gets tighter and more restricted, a little flatter in the way she's made. Same there for that gilt, a little tighter in the way she's restricted, but there one's got some shape, got some muscle. Blue gilt, stout-headed gilt there, just got to free her up. Really, really good class, top to bottom there, lots of parts and pieces. Let's give those kiddos a good hand. Class that comes together just a shade better, I guess, in my opinion, and yet maybe not still a perfect one, but I think one that's awfully good because she's square and she's genuine, she's stout, still got a youthful enough look about her head, she's got some body shape, she's got some muscle, and yet still maintains her range of motion the same from start to finish. That's the young lady's more traditionally belted gilt, the far side of the ring there. That one's going to go ahead and be one here in this particular drive. Would change her up in her hip loin, maybe lengthen her hip just a shade. I think that's being critical here in this particular drive. I think a very nice place to start. The off-belted gilt's going to come next in two, and that's the burly, hairy one. It's got some density to her skeleton. She's got some shape to her mid-body. She's starting to put a little cover there to the base of her neck. I'd like to pull her hind leg out from under her just a little bit. To me, her range of motion wants to stay up under. I'd like to see her leave her rear foot on the ground just a shade longer and maybe pick her front feet up, but certainly one that's loose and pliable, good, and her mid-body still presented extremely well. Very high-quality gilt there. That's more youthful in her appearance than the one that's going to come next in three. Tall-shouldered, big back, big-ended one here. It's got some big legs. That comes next in three. She just gets a little too mature in her look as you study her up through her front end. You study her in terms of her skull, the angle to her shoulder, the shape of her neck. Everything just reads a little more vertical, got a little more age to her there, as well as you study her up there, a little flatter in terms of her mid-body, but when it's loose and pliable in her hind leg, she's got shape and muscle. I still think she ties her top line, her hip loin together just a shade better than the gilt that's going to come next here in four. Gilt that comes in four is a broad chested one that's got some shape. She's got some muscle. She wants to plant and swivel a little more than I like behind. She wants to wrinkle up there in her hip loin, and we change that about her as well. She's another one that's maybe shown a little wear and tear as you study her up front, but certainly one that has shape and muscle. She's opened up and square. I think her spine and just her looseness is what allows her to place over the gilt that's going to come next. No doubt the one that comes next is the extra broad, extra stout built one, and I like all those things about her. However, it comes at the expense of maybe just being a little straighter in her shoulder. Because of that, she wants to rise up in her spine, get a little more rigid there, a little more rigid in the way she uses her hip and her hind leg. Just like to loosen her up and just free her up everywhere to move her up in this particular drive. This gilt that comes out next is looser in that particular regard. She's very well presented in terms of her skin and hair. At the same time, I read her just a little more manufactured in terms of how she's put together. She's one that's pushing a little extra cover. She gets a little plainer in terms of her top shape, a little plainer when you step in behind her. Just like to peel some bark off of that one, make everything match and go together and fix her in her composition a little bit to move up in this particular drive. As we go throughout the remainder of the class, another shapely, heavy muscled gilt here wants to get a little awkward in the way she handles her rear too, come apart in her top line a little bit there. Gilt here's got some neat pieces. Love her skull, love her hip. Just gets a little off in the middle part of her body, a little tubier in terms of her rib design, a little weaker in her spine. Just want to pull everything together a little better there. Gilt here's got some height of shoulder, wants to wrinkle in her hip loin, a little flatter in her body. Panda-eyed gilt here. It's got some body shape to her. Just need to trim her up, make everything balanced and a little more attractive. Blue gilt just needs to free up a little bit, clean her up a little bit in the way that she's made through her head and neck. Certainly a very high-quality gilt there nonetheless. Really good class of crosses to finish us up on. We'll get you a champion crossbred.
Okay. First purple from Class 1 was exhibited by Reagan Alfs of the Shickley FFA chapter. Okay, first purple from Class 2 was exhibited by Reese Hirschfeld of the York FFA chapter. First purple from Class 3 was exhibited by Jamie Hoblin of the York FFA chapter. First purple from Class 4 was exhibited by Jack Ritter of the Bishop Newman FFA chapter. And first purple from Class 5 was exhibited by Lauren Mosier of the Pawnee City FFA chapter.
Had a really good crossbred gilt show, and as we went through, I think we saw different types and kinds, and maybe it was a challenge to find that one within some of them classes that just tied the most of everything together. And I think as we drop them back out here, happy with all 5 of them and what they represent. I think yet there's one that I guess to me comes to the forefront pretty quickly. One that I think is square and genuine. One that's got shape, got muscle, still loose, still flexible, got some density in terms of her skeleton. She balances and proportions. She's extremely well presented. One that does it best for me is this young lady right here out of Class 3. Congratulations to her. We bring in that second place gilt, and that was probably our most competitive class as we went through there. And I think a gilt that represents a lot of good. I don't think she's messed up anywhere. I think she's a gilt that's just very fundamentally correct in a lot of regards. Got a good look to her. She's got some shape. She's got some muscle. I think she's quite as far-reaching in terms of some of her pieces as a couple others out here. I think she certainly comes into the mix. I guess to me, the one that more resembles our champion in terms of just density and width, and combining that with some extra look, and yet still one that's made extremely good out through her shoulder, how she uses her front foot and the way she gets out and goes. I don't read her quite as athletic in terms of her rear too as what our champion was, but I still think she's the second best one. It's this young lady right over here out of Class 4. She's going to be reserved. Congratulations to her.
Yeah, there is fine. Yeah, right there is perfectly fine, unless there's more than 4. Congratulations to Jamie Hoblin of the York FFA chapter for exhibiting your Grand Champion Crossbred Breeding Gilt. Reserve Champion Crossbred Breeding Gilt was exhibited by Jack Ritter of the West Point FFA chapter. This is a reminder that exhibitors are the only individuals allowed in the show rings. Exhibitors are the only individuals allowed in the show ring. All right, we will announce the grand champion of each breed into the ring for the selection of our supreme champion breeding animal. Our grand champion, all other breeds breeding gilt, was exhibited by Brooklyn Cybrant of the Wisner Pilger FFA chapter. The grand champion Berkshire breeding gilt was exhibited by Braden Day of the Seward FFA chapter. Your grand champion Chester White breeding gilt was exhibited by Leighton Schroeder of the West Point FFA chapter. Sorry. Oh, I didn't realize what he was doing. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Yep. The grand champion crossbred breeding gilt was exhibited by Jamie Hoblin of the York FFA chapter. The grand champion Duroc breeding gilt was exhibited by Taitlin Snover of the Seward FFA chapter. The grand champion Hampshire breeding gilt was exhibited by Ella Booth of the Takema Herman FFA chapter. The grand champion Hereford breeding gilt was exhibited by Kendall Hirschfeld of the York FFA chapter. The grand champion Poland-China breeding gilt was exhibited by Emma Ott of the Heartland FFA chapter. The grand champion Spot breeding gilt was exhibited by Carter Holtmeyer of the Tri-County FFA chapter. And the grand champion Yorkshire breeding gilt was exhibited by Tayton Lucas of the Sutherland FFA chapter. Let's give all of our exhibitors a round of applause.
Well, as we put a bow on the Gilt show here this evening, I think first and foremost want to take the opportunity to say thank you, Nebraska State Fair, for the invite and the opportunity to get up here and do showmanship, do Gilts. Looking forward to Market Hogs tomorrow, and you guys have just got an awesome facility. It runs so smooth and so quick, and let's go ahead and give all of our ring help and the guys and the girls in the back. They're doing a good job putting this thing together. I hope you could tell as we went through, I guess, as we start to study and break these things down and try to put these things together. You know, we raised several back home. We showed or tried to show competitively, I guess you could say, and then we got some families that we help. And I'll be as honest as any right now. It's as hard as it's ever been to locate those ones that you want to grab and you want to put on feed. There's lots of good ones out there, but we've got little things about each and every one of them that are just got to make up your mind where exactly you want to be. I'm excited about what we have out here. I think we got an extremely good set of gilts. I think there's one that comes to the forefront pretty quickly in my mind in terms of how I like to make them. I like to cover fundamentals first and foremost. I think this gilt does that extremely well. She's very square. She's very athletic. She's got body. She's got balance. She looks like a female. And yet then after we do that, she's one that's got bone. She's one that's got look and presence. She's got them out there pieces that can take and make the next generation even that much better, in my opinion. I think there's one that comes together pretty quick. I think she's awfully good. Congratulate the young lady with the crossbred gilt. She's going to be your grand champion.
Congratulations to Jamie Hoblin of the York FFA chapter for exhibiting your Supreme Champion breeding gilt. We will drop that reserve crossbred breeding gilt in, exhibited by Jack Ritter of the West Point FFA chapter for contention for reserve Supreme Animal.
Well, as we go and we pick your top three here, I think it gets extremely close after this. And I think, once again, as we've talked all afternoon long, I think there's lots of give and take. And it kind of comes down between three, in my opinion, that are out there. And I think the one that does it next best, I love her length of hip. I love the flexibility she has to her hind legs. She's burly and dense. She wasn't quite as classy in terms of her look as you study ahead of her blade. But I think she's awfully good as well, especially one for her breed. She came early. I like the reserve grand champion to be your Berkshire. Congratulations to him.
Congratulations to Braden Day of the Seward FFA chapter for exhibiting your Reserve Supreme Champion breeding gilt.
We bring in that reserve, and I think she's a very, very nice gilt. I guess in my mind, it comes down between a pair still, though, and I think they're a little different. I think just to tell you, the two that are in my mind would be the Chester Gilt and the Reserve Cross, and I think there's some differences between them. I think the Chester Gilt's got a lot of neat things about her in terms of combining one that has some substance and mass and body shape, and one that can still go and remain athletic. She's not as cute and trendy in terms of the top of her neck, but I think it's still a very, very high-quality gilt. The other, like I said, is the crossbred gilt. That one is so good in terms of her chest and her blade, center body shape that she has. You get on top of her, and that is a very, very impressive animal to have that much shape and that much spread and still to bend everything the way that she does. She's not perfect on her right rear, but I think she's awfully, awfully good. She's my third favorite. Young lady at the Reserve Cross will be third overall.
Congratulations to Jack Ritter of the West Point FFA chapter for exhibiting your third overall Supreme Champion breeding gilt. Thank you all for joining us for the 2023 Nebraska State Fair FFA Swine Breeding Show. We will see you tomorrow morning at 8:30.